Okay. Looks like we got it. Cool. I've been thinking about getting Pokemon Pokopia. I don't know. Pokemon Pokopia seems like a good game. It's been out for what, 3-4 days now almost, I think. I think it's been out for 3 or 4 days now, so there's probably some pretty good like reviews on it by now. So I might give it a try when I get paid this weekend. It seems interesting. I'm not a huge fan of the Animal Crossing games, and that seems to be kind of what Pokemon Pokopia is more like Animal Crossing. So I really don't know if I'm gonna like it that much, but I'm willing to try. I'm willing to spend the money to try it at the very least. Like, it seems like it's going to be a good game, but I mean, even with that being said, you know, you can a game can be a good game and you still not like it. Like, for me, I don't like Red Dead Redemption 2, but I know it's a good game. So, I mean, I would like to think that Pokemon Pokopia is a good game, or that it's going to be a good game, but it might not be for me. I mean, that's the risk I take. That's realistically, that's the risk that you take buying any game. Realistically, you take the chance of spending 60, 70 bucks and just not liking the game, and then your ass out 60 or 70 bucks. Unless you're on Steam. If you're on Steam, you're not. But never know. Yeah, I'm thinking about buying Pokemon Pokopia. This weekend, I went to the gym for the first time yesterday, and I went again today. Well, okay, it's not the first time I've been to a gym, but it's the first time in a really long time that I've been to a gym. And I went to the gym with one of my coworkers, and I actually really enjoyed it. It wasn't that painful. Probably wasn't pushing myself too hard, but realistically, I don't think you're supposed to be pushing yourself that hard when you first go to the gym, so yeah. But I do enjoy it, and I will be going probably every weekend now before I start streaming. So that'll be like the majority of my day, because I wake up at like 2 in the afternoon. Wake up, eat, go to the gym, eat, go home, stream, and then have the rest of my day to record videos or do whatever the hell I want. On the weekends, at least. I like it though. I think I will definitely be making it a part of my day. And I might end up going after work every now and then. But I get off at midnight, so I'd have to go to a 24-hour gym. Not that that would really be a problem, but... actually would prefer to go to the gym in the middle of the night, less people. At least I would imagine it would be less people. I'm not really sure, but... I wonder, can you find shiny Pokemon in Pokemon Pokopia? Is that a thing that you can do? I have no idea what the actual gameplay itself is. It just looks like an Animal It looks like an Animal Crossing style kind of game. So, that's just what it looks like to me. So I don't know if it's like, you can't find shiny Pokemon because there's no real purpose in finding a shiny Pokemon, or how that works. I don't even know if there's legendary Pokemon. I don't know if it's a set amount of Pokemon, or... I don't know anything about the game, which is why I want to try it. But I feel like that's a type of game that I would definitely want to use. I would definitely want to see a review of the game before actually buying it. Because the risk of buying any game that you don't already know that you're going to like is... You can watch a review on it, the review can give it, you know, a 10 out of 10 score, and it can still just be not for you. And that's the thing about just buying games in general. But it's definitely a game that I'm willing to spend the money to try it. But I don't know if I want to buy it on a digital copy or if I want to buy a physical cartridge of the game. Typically for Pokemon games, I actually buy physical cartridges. So if I bought a digital copy, it would be different. But if I do buy a digital copy and I don't like it, then I can game share it with somebody else who might like it, and then they can play it and not have to worry about buying it. So I think I might buy it digitally. Maybe. I don't know, man. This seems like an interesting game to me. Definitely gonna reach 1,000 encounters today. I thought I was gonna reach 1,000 encounters. Was it Friday the last time I streamed, I think? I thought I was gonna reach 1,000 encounters the last time I streamed, but then I only streamed for a little bit because I wasn't feeling very well. But I'm definitely gonna hit 1,000 encounters today. If I don't get it beforehand. Which I'm not expecting to. I'd love to. Then I could go and hunt something else, but definitely don't think I'm gonna end up getting it beforehand. I might have to stream longer because in the 2 hours-ish that I stream every day, well, not every day, in the 2 hours-ish that I stream every couple days or whatever, I'm only getting about 200 to 240 encounters. And that could take me over 40 days just to hit odds. So I might end up having to stream just a little bit longer than normal. Which, I mean, realistically, that's not necessarily a problem. Honestly, it's not. I enjoy streaming. But some days I just, like, I can't keep a conversation with myself going for the life of me. Today might be one of those days, honestly. I just can't think of topics. And not only can I not really think of topics, I'm having a hard time finding ways to keep a conversation going. It's easier for me to stream for longer periods of time when people are in my chat talking to me, rather than just me sitting here talking to myself. But I feel like that would be the same for anybody, honestly. I don't know. I've only had a handful of chatters in my chats, so what the hell? Okay. I don't know what the hell just happened on my YouTube, but whatever. 900 encounters. $900. Nope. And man, that's one of the problems that I have with just sitting here talking to myself too, is like, I'm constantly looking over to like monitor like the health of my streams, that make sure that if somebody does come in and wants to, you know, just sit for a minute, the stream isn't blurry or the audio quality is not bad. I certainly fucking hope the audio quality isn't bad. I'm constantly looking over to my second monitor, and then something goes wrong, like something just happened on my YouTube stream, and then I lose my train of thought, and I can't go back to what I was thinking about. So there's so many different things that can interrupt my train of thought, and then I'm done with that conversation that I was having with myself, because I can't think of it. That's my main problem with streaming. Then there are there are some topics that are just not interesting to talk about on stream. Like, I've talked about YouTube statistics and stuff like that, but that's not that interesting of a topic. Especially not for the genre of stream that I'm doing, like Pokemon. It's not an interesting topic for a Pokemon stream. Yeah, there are just some topics that are more attention grabbing than others, and YouTube statistics is not it, because even somebody who monitors his YouTube statistics like multiple times a day just to see how he's doing or how he's growing, or, you know, how a video is doing, it gets a little boring for me. So I can only imagine hearing somebody talk about it would be just incredibly boring. But there's only so many times that I can talk about the same topic, like what shiny hunts did I have planned for this game, or what shiny hunts I've done in the past, or how many shiny Pokemon I've done in the past, or, you know, trying to do a living dex. There's only so many times I can talk about the same topic before I just, like, nobody wants to hear this. The streaming has always been tough. Streaming is tough, and it always has been tough for me. I'd like to get better at it. I'd like to get better at commentary, period. Even for my YouTube videos. But it is what it is, I guess. Although I do like doing these hunts. Like these older hunts. I do like them. Sometimes it feels like, especially in the newer games, like Legend ZA or Scarlet and Violet, it feels like you're finding a shiny left and right just because of all the amount of Pokemon that are on the screen at one time. It's nice to go back to these older games, even the 1 in 8,000 games like this. It's nice to go back to these older games and sit down and enjoy a longer hunt. Now I've got a lot of hunts planned for this game. I've got a lot of hunts planned for this game. I don't know if I want to do the Mount Moon, the Magikarp right before Mount Moon. I could do that hunt. I could, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to. That sounds like an incredibly boring hunt, especially if I don't have people to talk to. I might need to buy a second capture card. Maybe buy a PCIe capture card. If I do that, if I buy a PCIe capture card, I can do 2 streams. Not 2 streams, but I can stream Pokemon Fire Red and my physical cartridge of Leaf Green off of my GameCube, and I can do 2 hunts at one time. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I would have to do... I would have to make some form of stream layout for that, though. Like, the stream layout that I have currently would not work for that type of hunt. Although that's an interesting idea, though. Like, a PCIe capture card isn't that expensive. I think it's... A PCIe capture card, I think, is like... Actually, I don't know. I think it's like 150, 200 bucks for a PCIe capture card. My bones pain, but here is all my shiny luck. Thank you. Thank you. My shiny luck is... My shiny luck is interesting. My shiny luck is, yeah, very interesting to say the least. My, a lot of my hunts have been wildly under odds. But there are some hunts that do take me a while, and this is definitely seeming like it's going to be one of them. Jeez, okay, yeah, PCIe capture card is a lot more expensive than I thought it was gonna be. Jesus Christ. $300. $300 for an Elgato PCIe capture card. Although, you know what? I'd be okay with spending that money. Maybe eventually, though. Maybe not right now. I only see my name. Like, what do you mean? In chat? Give me a second. I don't know. Oh, yeah. That would make sense, yeah. I don't pull many viewers. I just, talking, I have a YouTube chat and a Twitch chat going, so I'm trying to, I talk to myself a lot. It's a way for me to get my thoughts out. And yeah, currently my thought is buying another capture card, but a PCIe capture card, one that I can put in my computer instead of... What? Okay. How you doing? Okay. Alright, back to my train of thought about the PCIe capture card. I might, I might not. I don't know. I might do it just because it seems interesting being able to stream to... Although if I were to buy another capture card, I would also need to buy another monitor. So that's like $500-600 altogether. I would also have to find a place to put another monitor because there's not that much room. Although, interesting thoughts still. Though I suppose I don't necessarily need a new monitor. I could always just look at one of my streams. What the fuck does that even mean, by the way? Okay, there, fast kitty. Fuck out of my chat with that shit. I don't know if that's supposed to be an insult or whatever, but... the fuck out of my chat with that shit. Rude people. Going back to the boring YouTube statistics I was talking about earlier, they're still boring, but when it comes to the growth that I've had on YouTube in the past month, I've had, let's see, I had my first, I got to 100 subscribers for the first time, and now I'm at almost 120, just a few short days later. I had my first video hit 3,000, or my first short hit 3,000 views. I had my first short hit 5,000 views. And I also got my first hate comment on YouTube as well. The thing that I'm most proud of is the hate comment, though, because in my head, that just means, hey, I'm doing something right. If people are hating on what I'm doing, that means I gotta be doing something right. So, I've hit quite a few small milestones for myself. I'm still waiting to hit 10 followers on Twitch. I need one more follower on Twitch to hit 10 followers. Then my next goal will probably be 15 or 20. But it's a little bit harder to get recognized on Twitch than it is on YouTube, because YouTube has an algorithm. Twitch doesn't have an algorithm. So Twitch is straight up, Twitch is just luck to start out with. YouTube, there's actually an algorithm to it. You can actually almost, it's not really manipulate it, but you grow a lot easier on YouTube than you do on Twitch. At least that's what I've noticed so far. Finally going back to work tomorrow. I'm actually feeling well enough to actually be able to go to work. I've been out of work for 5 days. I'm actually really looking forward to going back to work too. I've been so bored. I mean, I've enjoyed, you know, content creation over the past couple of days, but man, have I been incredibly bored outside of not going to work. Weekends are usually my days off anyways, so. Lord have mercy. For 950, I'm going to check a different starter. I'm going to check Bulbasaur. For 950 encounters, I'm going to check Bulbasaur instead of Charmander. What the fuck does that even mean? My bones pain. I don't know. People. Good Lord have mercy. Yeah, I've wanted to figure out how to, I wanted to figure out how to record a 3DS gameplay. I have no idea how to do it. I know there's a capture card that you can build into a 3DS, but I've got no idea how to do that. And I don't even know if I can do that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know anything about recording a 3DS, I'll be honest. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do after I get done with this. I'm gonna record day 28 of hunting Arceus. and then I'm going to learn recording on a 3DS. And I hope that I don't have to buy something for that. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier, man. The problem with me and keeping conversations. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Alright, I'm gonna check Bulbasaur for this encounter. There we go. Bulbasaur. One encounter of Bulbasaur in 950 encounters. Nope. Still no shiny. Oh, my knee itches like hell. That is possibly the most random thing I've ever said while streaming. Yep, I've hit rock bottom. I've got no conversation topics. This is my problem. This is why I feel like I'll never actually grow as a streamer. I'm gonna keep trying. I keep doing better. I keep doing my best, but Here's another random thought. I want to play Elden Ring. I want to play Elden Ring. I have no idea why. I just want to play Elden Ring. Hmm. Might stop at about 1,000. I'm gonna hit my first 1,000 today, but I might stop at 1,000. Hmm. Hmm. But Okay. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. I accidentally just hit new game. That's that's funny. 3 encounters until 1,000. Three encounters until 1,000. How you doing? Doing all right. Been sitting here kind of just doing this for the past hour-ish. Oh. Hunting Charmander too? My 1,000th encounter for this thing. I think this will be my first hunt that has ever actually pushed me to over 1,000 encounters. Yeah, that's why I use an app for it. "26 hours total." Ooh. Yeah, I'm not quite there yet. Damn. I don't know how many encounters I'm gonna go to tonight. It's almost 10 o'clock. Probably go somewhere between 11 and 1,200, something like that. I don't know. I started at 875 today. Which was like, to be honest, considering I do about for a minute, I think. How the hell are you doing 4 encounters per minute? I'm only getting like 2. But yeah, 6,000 is... If you're at 6,000 encounters, that doesn't surprise me at all. The odds in this game are the old odds of 1 in 8,192. Honestly, I'm kind of loving it too, I'll be honest. I do enjoy a longer hunt, I will be real. Lord, chest hurts like hell. People are complaining about the shiny ads. I don't pay attention to people online all that much because I just... As much as I scroll social media, I fucking hate scrolling social media. I can't. It's funny because if people are actually crying, like if people are actually complaining about how hard the shiny odds are, I've been playing Pokemon for over 17 years. This is nothing new to me. Damn it. Especially nowadays, like I don't mind, you know, halving the odds, but the odds have become way too easy with Scarlet and Violet and ZA. One in 64? What game has a 1 in 64? Is that ZA? I think the highest odds that I know of are 1 in 100 Dynamax adventures in Sword and Shield. Well, let's not forget. Oh, Pokemon Go. I don't count that. Pokemon Go is way too easy to get shinies to count. I mean, I have, yeah, like 1 in 20 odds for the legendary raids. I have in Pokemon Go right now, I've got I want to say like 400 shinies, something like that in Pokemon Go. I have, okay, 250, I lied. $250 shinies in Pokemon Go. Although I have like a shiny Dialga and Pokemon Diamond, not Brilliant Diamond is worth more than the whole account's shiny bag. Yeah, for real. For real. I'm actually shiny hunting Arceus on Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl right now. I would actually love to do an original Pokemon Diamond Dialga and Palkia hunt. I get that, but at the same time, the way that I look at Pokemon Go is like it's a completely separate thing. To me, it's a completely separate thing. I would say I have pretty much an entire living dex in Pokemon Home. Not a shiny living dex, but a regular living dex. And I would say 90% of the mons that I have in that living dex are from actual game. I wish they would do more mythical distributions like they did back in the day. Like, I can't wait to get to Deoxys in this game. But I would also like to hunt Mew from Pokemon Emerald. I would like to hunt Manaphy and Pokemon what's the damn game I'm thinking of? Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. I can't wait to hunt Darkrai and Shaman in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. I wish they would do regular distributions like they used to. Hell yeah, I've got a shiny Darkrai in Pokemon Go. I'm also really pissed about Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl because the shiny charm in that game is useless. Only works for the Masuda method. So I grinded the shiny charm for no reason. I have the shiny charm in all of the newer games. Diamond and Pearl don't have shiny charm. Yeah, the shiny charm became a thing with. It was either black and white or black and white 2 is when the shiny charm became a thing. So for BDSP to get it in any way functional is a bonus. Yeah. No, the apology would be just bring the odds down before the shiny charm because Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are not great games. I would almost say that Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are the worst of the modern Switch games. Fair enough. Are you saying that Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl couldn't have the shiny charm? Is that what you're saying? They introduced the shiny charm in black and white too. Yeah. I have no idea what they introduced in black and white. Oh, was the shiny lock introduced in black and white? I thought it was introduced in an earlier game. I thought there were some shinies that weren't huntable. Oh, what Pokemon wasn't huntable in Emerald? Really? I had no idea. You need early game shiny fame to hunt. Oh, you need to like RNG manipulation. What the hell's going on? Huh. I had no idea about that, honestly. Does that affect Ruby and Sapphire? Because I plan on doing a few different hunts in Sapphire. I don't know about really ruined shiny hunting per se, but it definitely... The shiny lock is fucking stupid. Okay. I wasn't paying attention to what I just did. Please do not let this be shiny. God. That would have been my luck. To fucking not pay attention and accidentally name a Pokemon like that, and then it be shiny. Yeah. No, if I were gonna hunt Spinda in a living dex, it would be probably Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. The dex nav is a really fun way of hunting Pokemon. Actually, it's one of my favorite methods for shiny hunting. Yep. I did know that. That was... Man, it was the biggest pain in my ass finishing my decks for... It was the biggest pain in my ass finishing my decks for BDSP because of Spinda. They're not gonna update that. Game came out 5 years ago. They're not gonna update that shit. Oh, yeah, that'd be nice. That way I don't have to go back into an older generation to get it. Which is how I ended up doing it. Because Spinda, I believe, is only in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl on the Switch. Either that or they just need to add it to another game. Spinda's a pain in the ass nowadays to get. What am I waiting on here? No, Spinda's not in Fire Red or Leaf Green now. I did know that. Although, you know, yeah, Spinda isn't Legends Arceus, yeah, not in Sword and Shield, let's go, I think not, let's go, so only be, yeah. It's Spinda's a weird Pokemon. Just like before ZA came out, there was a group of Pokemon, I think 8 Pokemon that could not be obtained on the Switch. Spinda technically is not part of that group, but like if they weren't gonna fix Spinda from the get-go, why is it not in ZA or Scarlet and Violet? Listen, man, I've been saying this for the longest time. The national dex needs to be brought back, period. Generation 10 needs to have the entire national dex. So every Pokemon should be obtainable in every game. No, you can put it in home. You just can't put them in any other game besides ZA. Well, you can't do it at this current moment, but when Legend ZA finally gets home support, you'll be able to. You just wouldn't be able to put them into any other game. That's what people were complaining about it. They said it won't get it. What, ZA get home support? Haven't heard that. ZA. I don't remember them saying anything about not giving home support to ZA. I'll look it up. Give me a second. Good, my shiny patch outline and elemental monkey for yeah. And yeah, Legend ZA is gonna get home support apparently in April. The only reason I really hate it is because you should just be able to transfer in and out, period. It shouldn't matter what game it's coming to or from. As long as it's in the dex, you should be able to put it in the game. Well, for the most part, any other game that has Black and White was the worst generation for 3 reasons. Okay, I'd love to hear those reasons because I disagree with you. I'm not saying it's one of the best, but it's definitely not the worst in my eyes. Shiny Lock, removing national dex, its sequel ruined the story. Okay, Black and White and Black and White 2 both have the National Dex. The last game that the National Dex was in, or the first game that the National Dex wasn't in, was Sword and Shield. It's sequel. How do you say that this? How do you? Why do you say that the sequel ruined the story? How about that? That's the way I wanted to put that. Neoplasma? What is Neoplasma? I just remember Team Plasma. Although I haven't played Generation 5 in a long time, so yeah, that one made that made no sense. One of the reasons I actually like Black and White is because it introduced Pokemon Fusion. See, that's a thing. I don't remember anything about a Team Neoplasma. I remember Team Rainbow Rocket from Sun and Moon, from Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon rather, but not a Team Neoplasma. Huh. Interesting. It's been a while. I'll have to play Black and White 2 again. I planned on doing that anyways, though. On my 3DS, I'm currently doing a living dex from every single generation and putting it into Pokemon Home. Okay. I remember Team Rainbow Rocket back in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, which, by the way, I believe is the worst generation of Pokemon. I remember Team Rainbow Rocket, which, to be honest with you, really didn't make sense to me. I wasn't a huge fan of Generation 7. I don't necessarily think any of the Pokemon games are bad, but it is my least favorite generation. Just because of different. You hate Fairy type? Fairy type is like the best offensive typing. That's crazy. I love all of Pokemon, being the fact that I've played Pokemon since I've been alive, pretty much. I love all Pokemon in their own way. I just like how... So Generation 2, before Generation 6... Hey man, Sylveon's pretty damn cool, okay? I don't know if we're gonna get any more Eevee evolutions though, personally. I almost kind of doubt we will get another Eevee evolution. Although if we did, I would like to see a poison type or a dragon type. Yeah, but Sylveon's like one of the better Eevee evolutions, period, though. I mean, like stats-wise, Flareon sucks, Jolteon sucks, Vaporeon sucks, Umbreon's really bulky, so it's pretty good. Espeon hits like a fucking truck. Leafeon is ass. Glaceon also hits like a truck, but is really frail. Sylveon's like the best stat spread Eevee evolution. But I would love to see a poison type or a dragon type one. Those are the ones that I want. Exactly, and for that reason specifically, Glaceon is my favorite. Honestly, Glaceon's my favorite Pokemon, period. I really like Glaceon, and its shiny is underrated. I wish a steel type and simply put it in armor. Like an armor Eevee. Is that what you're saying? That'd be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. Just make armor for Eevee. You could almost do it like Charcadet. You could almost do it like Charcadet, where you have the malicious and auspicious armor, but make a different piece of armor and use that as a evolution item for Eevee. That would be cool. What I think is that they needed Dare to be... Yeah. I agree. As much as Pokemon like Gulpin suck, its design is really funny. What they need to do is make legendary Pokemon look and feel legendary again. That's what they really need to do. As much as I love Zamazenta and Zacian, and, you know, I love Koraidon and Miraidon, their designs are weird. Although Koraidon's shiny is fantastic. Spinda's a weird one. Spinda's really weird because of the way they designed Spinda, there's almost never a chance that you and another person will have a Spinda that looks exactly the same. It will almost certainly always be different. There's like 1 in a billion different Spindas. Really? Spinda's definitely goofy. I mean, a drunk Pokemon, but like little things like Love Disc, no one cares or uses it if they don't have to buy things like Nuzlocke, but the thought that mattered. Yeah. What I think they need to do with Pokemon is they need to actually have backstories again. Like, I know you said you don't like Black and White, but legendary trios like Kyurem, Reshiram, and Zekrom, and the story behind them, it's stuff like that that made Pokemon games feel special. Or it made a trio of Pokemon feel special. Yeah. Exactly. And Ditto being a failed clone of Mew. It just like story-wise, legendary Pokemon don't make any sense anymore. Meh. Gen 3 still has its own, like it's called the Weather Trio for a reason. And with Rayquaza and Deoxys being, you know, enemies because of Deoxys being an alien and Rayquaza being the protector of Earth, there's a story there. But nowadays it's like, oh, this Pokemon is just a Pokemon from prehistoric times and that Pokemon is just a Pokemon from the future. Like, yeah, that's cool, but it's not like it was back then. Like, this is why the Legends games are very important. Or, well, Legends Arceus specifically was a very important game because it's ancient Sinnoh. Right. That would be why it was called the Creation Trio. And even then, you have sub-legendary Pokemon like... You have sub-legendary Pokemon like Cresselia and Darkrai who give good dreams and bad dreams. Like, there's a story behind it all. Although Heatran has always been a mystery. I don't know exactly what the story behind Heatran is. I think that was Victini, but I could be wrong. I know Victini is the victory Pokemon. I'm not sure what Shaman has its backstory is. I mean, shit, even going into like X and Y, you know, life and death. Even going into like the 3DS Pokemon games, it still had a story. And I actually think that life and death represented as Pokemon is a perfect perfect contrast to the actual story of X and Y. Trying to shiny hunt Squirtle and Leaf Green, but it's so difficult. Yeah, the shiny odds are 1 in 8,192. Definitely a difficult shiny hunt. But yeah, I just think that in general, Pokemon needs to go back to having an actual backstory behind their legendaries. Yeah, blah blah blah. Pokemon is evil, but can supply my city with power. Look, 2 dogs, all the weapon and boom, fancy wolf. Yeah, exactly. The only thing that made Zamazenta and Zacian feel like legendaries were their abilities. Other than that, the actual design for the Pokemon, it was kind of boring-ish. But what's the backstory behind Zacian and Zamazenta? It's not the same as back in the day with like Kyurem, Zekrom, and Reshiram all being fragments of one Pokemon. It's different now. And, you know, in its own way, it's fine. But as story goes, it's just not as good as it was back then. Not to me, at least. But I've played every single Pokemon game, so I think they just saved the era of Sword and Shield. And, you know, that's the thing, though. I actually really like Sword and Shield as Pokemon games. The story, though, quite different. Quite not great. 3,000 years ago, teamed up with the Human King to defeat Eternatus in the catastrophic Darkest Day event. Yeah. I just think that Sword and Shield's story is not as good as... is just not as good as, like the legendary story specifically. The story behind the legendary Pokemon, it's just not as good as that. And you know, I actually think even with the Creation Trio and the Weather Trio and all that, I personally think the story behind Kyurem, Reshiram, and Zekrom is the best Pokemon we'll ever get, and they need to expand on it. Hey man, I will always say this. I loved Sword and Shield. I loved Sword and Shield. And that's the whole point. That's the whole point that I'm making. Kyurem, Zekrom, and Reshiram are 3 fragments of the same Pokemon. They need to expand more on that. I personally think that's like the peak it will ever get for Pokemon, is that Pokemon specifically. If they were to make a Pokemon game with the original dragon, that would be fantastic. What game got you into Pokemon Black and White or Sword and Shield? If that happens, I am scared for the outcome. Why are you scared for the outcome, though? I am scared to see what they make the original dragon look like. Well, in my mind, the original dragon would just look like, it would look like Black Kyurem and White Kyurem put together. Well, I think the story for Black and White Kyurem is trying to put the original dragon back together. I could be wrong, but also in the fusions, this random ice typing makes it more painful to look at. That's part of the thing that I think that they haven't expanded on Pokemon, or I think they haven't expanded on Black and White Kyurem. I'm at almost 1,100 encounters. I think the problem and why they haven't made more or haven't expanded on Kyurem and the whole like original dragon thing is if they were to do that, the only right way to do that would make it the first 3 typed Pokemon. It would have to be ice, fire, and electric. I think Black and White were definitely hits. Like Black and White are definitely hits in story wise, but there was a lot left to be desired as well. Dude, you're insane. Man, the odds are 1 in 8,192. So I'm in this for the long haul here. Hey. I hit my Twitch follower goal of 10. Nice. It would have to be some form of Kyurem because Kyurem is, if I'm not wrong, Kyurem is the shell of the original dragon. And Reshiram and Zekrom are just like... I don't even know what Reshiram and Zekrom kinda... Well, yes and no. Reshiram and Zekrom are the split parts. Yeah, that's what I mean. So Reshiram and Zekrom are the parts that split off from the original dragon, and Kyurem was the leftover shell of the original dragon. That's why I'm saying that because they're all dragon type Pokemon, and that makes sense. Reshiram being fire, Zekrom being electric, and Kyurem being the thing I'll give black. Oh yeah, and Kyurem being ice type. If they were to make, yes, exactly, yin and yang. That's the main theme. If they were to make the original dragon into an actual Pokemon, it would have to be a 3-typing Pokemon. It would have to be fire, electric, and dragon, like I said earlier. And that's why I think they haven't expanded on that. And I really want them to. What, you don't think they'll do it? Or you don't think they... Hey, like I said, yeah, I actually don't even... Are you just gonna do Charmander or... I'm definitely gonna do other Pokemon in this game as well. It's just, I gotta get through Charmander before I get there. No, it has to be a triple typed Pokemon. It has to be a triple typed Pokemon. As broken as it would be, it has to be. It's really good, but so expensive here in France. Don't have the money to afford it. What game? I mean, I've thought about it, but I'm not quite sure. But then where does the dragon type go? I don't know. To me, it only makes sense to make it electric fire ice. If they were going to do an original dragon, it would only make sense to do those 3 typings. But you're right. Where would the dragon typing go? That's like I said, that's why I think they haven't done something with the original dragon yet. 80 euro here is $90. What game is $90 there? Like, if it is the original dragon, that's not dragon type. It's Charizard with the upgrades of ice and electric. There's a bunch of ideas that I have that they could do with Pokemon, and I would like to see them do. I would like to see a Pokemon game with all 9 or 10 generations of Pokemon built into one game. I would love to see that. They could go Necrozma approach. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by they could go the Necrozma approach? Like Ultra Necrozma or what? Where you beat the original dragon just like Ultra Necrozma? So they could do it like the ultimate dragon is a boss Pokemon and you can never actually obtain it. It would, once you beat it, it would split into the 3 fragments. Is that what you mean? Yeah, they could definitely do it like that. I would personally like to see it be able to be used. If they were going to do an original dragon Pokemon, I would love to actually be able to use it. But I also feel like if they did do that, it would have to be one of the strongest Pokemon ever made. Kind of like Ultra Necrozma, or not Ultra Necrozma, but Eternamax Eternatus. Hiram, Zekrom, and Reshiram, yeah. If they did add on to Black and White, what do you think they would do? I think they would have... If they were going to add on to Black and White, it would have to be through a Legends type game, kind of like Legends Arceus, where you go back into the past, and what could happen then is they could make the original dragon a boss fight in that game, and just like me and the other person we're talking about in the Twitch chat, just like make it a boss fight, and then once you beat it, have that could explain why it got split in the first place. Then give it a hold item to hold that they can fuse mid battle. That would be pretty fun, actually. That would be a pretty fun idea. So it's more like a so many turn usable Pokemon. Yeah, I think that would make sense if they were gonna do that. If they were to make, this is Pokemon Fire Red, and I am playing on the Nintendo Switch. Make it a heavy hitter, but lore-wise, Hiram isn't powerful enough to hold both Reshiram and Zekrom in one go anymore due to the painful split and many years prior to it. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely multiple ways that they could add that. Can you play it on older consoles? The question just where. Can you play it on older consoles? The question, just a question where is it? Like play another console. Yeah, I have a physical cartridge of Pokemon Leaf Green from back in my childhood that I can play on a Game Boy Advanced or my GameCube. I could load it up. It's just since they released them on the Switch like 2 weeks ago, or not even 2 weeks ago, I bought Fire Red and wanted to play it through it again. But yeah, like I said, there's definitely many ways that they could go with bringing the original dragon into actual Pokemon lore or into like an actual Pokemon form. Like there's definitely many ways that they can go about it, and I would love to see it, period. But if they were going to do it, it would have to be they would have to be it would have to be a Legends type game like Legends Arceus and all that. Okay, thanks. I said it wrong or spelled it wrong. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, these games came out, if you didn't already know, these games came out in 2004. Yeah, triple battles would be great. They should bring back triple battles, honestly. I would like that as well. Or make a mainline Pokemon game that is double battles instead of just Coliseum and XD, which are, I believe Pokemon XD should be getting released here soon. What's my favorite Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon is Glaceon. Coliseum was a fantastic game. For a while, I was actually streaming a Nuzlocke of Pokemon Coliseum, but after like 6 attempts, I kind of was like, I'm gonna take a break from this. But I do plan on going back to it. How does one Nuzlocke Coliseum? You just get every Shadow Pokemon in the game. And after it dies, it dies. It's like a normal Nuzlocke. I mean, you can randomize Pokemon Coliseum. Actually, that's what I was doing, was I was randomizing it. But you don't have to. That's one of my favorite ways to go back and play older Pokemon games is randomized. What other kind of Pokemon lore would you like to see expanded upon? I also wish to see no more Legends ZA Legends games. Rather Arceus, yeah, like rather back in time or whatever, or like the origin of it. Holy shit! This was just at 5,000 views and it's hit 6,700 now? Yeah, because like, let me tell you a legend from a few years into. Yeah, right? That shit, that... If they're gonna go back to Legends games like they have been, I would much rather see the origin of a story rather than a future of a story. How about no more caged monkey? What do you mean by caged monkey? Hey, you know what? That's fair enough. I enjoyed Legends ZA, but not as much as I enjoyed, I enjoyed Legends ZA, but not as much as I enjoyed Legends Arceus. I much rather have multiple areas to enjoy, to explore rather than just one area. Although I did enjoy the 2 streets, 1 rooftop, and 2 wild zones. Fair enough. I did enjoy I did enjoy the Mega Dimensions DLC though for Legends ZA. I did very much enjoy that. Not gonna buy it. It's good. It really is good. I shiny hunted Latios in I shiny hunted Latios in the Mega Dimensions DLC, and I actually ended up getting a shiny Latios well under odds. I have no idea how many legendaries are huntable in ZA's Mega Dimension DLC. I know Latios and Latias are huntable. And that's about it. Gotta remove my counter for a second. I fucking messed it up. What happened to the others? Forgot their shiny pass reporting complaint. There you go. My apologies. Had to fix my counter. What are the shiny odds for Shining Pearl? 5 of them are shiny, Latios and Latias, and the Swords of Justice trio, I believe, is also shiny, huntable in Legends ZA. The shiny odds for Shining Pearl are 1 in 4,092. Even with the shiny charm, other than, even with the shiny charm, the shiny, the base shiny odds don't drop. The shiny odds only affect, the shiny charm only affects the Masuda method for eggs in Shining Pearl. Honestly, if I'm gonna hunt the Swords of Justice trio, I'm gonna do it in Sword and Shield. Or black and white, honestly. Black and white would be good to shiny hunt them in as well. I'm not. The last legendary I will really hunt for are the black and white ones. Okay, that I disagree with. Lunala and Solgaleo have fantastic shinies. And so do, honestly, so do Yveltal and Xerneas as well. I'm not saying, like, if you don't have the motivation to hunt those shinies, I get that, but I'm not saying you did, and I apologize, but I'm just saying, when you say the last legendary I will really hunt for are the black and white ones, I mean, there are shinies that are definitely worth hunting for. Like, the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, they've got plenty of legendaries to hunt for. Although they're all, like, they're all shiny huntable in previous games. That's true. Reshiram is better than Regice. You want to hunt Regice? My apologies, by the way. I went quiet because my brother came in to talk to me. Yeah, I was going to say, Regice's shiny is terrible. I don't know why you would want to hunt that. So many I still want to hunt and so many I don't. Yeah. There are definitely a lot of shinies that I want to hunt, but Regimint, yeah, it really is, though, isn't it? Literally just mint green. What I'd like to do is find a way to record my 3DS, because then I can shiny hunt in the older DS games that I want to hunt in. If I do that, if I shiny hunt, if I find a way to record my DS games, I would like to shiny hunt the 3 Reggies in Emerald, Ruby, and Sapphire, and then shiny hunt Regigigas in Diamond and Pearl. That's what I would like. Scarlet and Violet, shiny locking all legendary. Yeah, that shit pissed me off. Like in the DLC, like the Blueberry Academy DLC, they shiny locked all of the legendaries. Why? What's the reason? I hated Scarlet and Violet for that reason specifically, shiny locking every legendary. Shiny Moltres can be hunted in red, blue, and yellow. It doesn't make, yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't make sense for shinies to be shiny locked if you can get them in past games. It doesn't make sense, period. I agree with you. Shiny locks in general don't really make sense, but I also think, and this is something that I've said since Sword and Shield had their distributions for their shiny legendaries. The shiny legendary cards that, like, especially with Scarlet and Violet, with Koraidon and Miraidon, the people were scalping those cards and selling them online. It's the stupidest thing Nintendo can do is make those code cards instead of just like a Wi-Fi distribution event or something like that. It's the stupidest thing ever. Shiny code cards do not make sense in the year 2026. Actually, I think you can shine. I think Shiny Gimmighoul was available for a little bit in raids. What's happening to my YouTube stream and why? Okay, YouTube is going out on me. I have no idea why, but YouTube is going out on me, and that's gonna make me upset. Okay. At least it's only legendary. Oh no, never mind. We have the Masuda method now for my starter. Yeah, them shiny locking the starters at the beginning of the game and then letting them be huntable in the Masuda method made no sense. Nintendo fucked it all up, man. They really did. Oh yeah, for Gimmighoul, yeah. Gimmighoul's shiny is really bad. Although I think Goldango's shiny is pretty good, but Gimmighoul's shiny is terrible. I wish it was better than it is, but it's not. I think a lot of the shinies, a lot of the shinies nowadays are kind of hit or miss. Like the shiny legendaries for the most part are pretty cool, but all of the shiny Paradox Mons from Pokemon Scarlet, no, Pokemon Violet, which is the future one. All of the future Paradox shinies are terrible. All of them. Goldango is not a better shiny? Doesn't it turn silver though instead of gold? Or am I tripping? I might be tripping. I'm gonna have to look at it now. I have no idea what color it is. Cerebi. Look it up and watch some stripe. Watch how some stripes get a different color. Oh boy. I think my biggest letdown, shiny wise, from Scarlet and Violet is Ceruledge and Armor Rouge. Those are huge letdowns. Could have been so much better. Like, literally just swap the fucking color palettes. It would be so much better if you just swapped the color palettes. But no. Oh, dear God. Yeah, shiny Goldango sucks. Yeah, shiny Goldango's ass. Okay. I thought it completely switched colors. Nope. It's some red. Yeah, right. Exactly. I actually had a Twitch viewer who we were talking about some of the shiny palettes that get like really bad shinies. And we were talking about Gengar specifically, and he likes shiny Gengar. What else are you streaming on? I'm streaming on Twitch as well. Shiny Mega Gengar is cool, but shiny regular Gengar sucks ass. I have not changed my Twitch name, so my Twitch name is my old username, GamingHaze_ on Twitch. I need to change it, but I have not done so yet. Okay, but one thing. What is one thing? Not in this game, it isn't. Shiny Gengar? Shiny Gengar in Gen 3 sucks. Shiny Haunter's really cool. Shiny Gengar sucks. The only reason you say that is because, hey, I made it from the YouTube stream. Thank you. Shiny Gengar in the older generations, like in sprite form, Shiny Gengar in sprite form doesn't look as bad as in model form because the colors are more vibrant when it's in a sprite and not a model. That's why I say that older generation Pokemon has better shinies than newer generation Pokemon. Because they actually have life to them. some managed to get better. Some, very few. It took them 8 years and until Pokemon Legends ZA to make shiny Slowpoke look somewhat decent. Am I Brown Sneasel? What do you mean Brown Sneasel? I love pink shinies. One they really need to change is like shiny Buzzwole or Garchomp. Hey, Buzzwole is actually not that bad of a shiny in my opinion. Buzzwole shiny is actually pretty good in my opinion, but Garchomp shiny is garbage. Now here's a shiny for you guys. Generation 2 shiny Charizard. Generation 2 shiny Charizard is so much better than modern day Charizard. Argue with a wall. I'm glad you guys agree. The purple looks so much better than the black. And I'm not saying that shiny Charizard sucks nowadays. But Generation 2 shiny Charizard was so much better. And shiny Charizard is one of emo dragon vibe. I don't know about that, but yeah. Shiny Charizard is still one of my favorite shinies, but shiny Gen 2 Charizard might be my favorite ever shiny. Like, you can't get wrong with shinies that are black, like Rayquaza, Koraidon, and Charizard. Yeah. Shiny Rayquaza is really good. But sometimes maybe consider do not touch what is already great. Exactly my point. Exactly. And that's... Shiny Charizard is of the few Pokemon that shiny has changed over the years. Another one being Smeargle. I agree with that. I've been saying that since Black and White came out. Shiny Reshiram and shiny Charizard, or shiny Zekrom rather, should just be palette swaps. Although, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Pokemon Coliseum and XD actually don't have a lot of the Pokemon in those games were actually different shinies than they are in the main series games. Whether it be just the coloring is messed up, or whether it be completely different shinies, they are different, a lot of them. What game are you hunting shiny Sneasel in? Speaking of black and white Kyurem has a great... Black and white Kyurem have great shinies, that's true. Like, on first glance, they don't look that much different, but wait until they, like, power up. Got some great shinies. In Coliseum for my ribbon quest. What's a ribbon quest? Is that like getting all the ribbons in one game or something? Or on one Pokemon? All available ribbons on a Pokemon. So like what Johnstone did a couple years ago for a video. He did it with Fortress, I believe. I love Johnstone's videos. You feel like they sold for Zekrom and Reshiram shinies. That's so true, man. Zekrom and Reshiram shinies leave so much to be desired. Like we were just talking about, they should have been, also if we were on the topic of Watermelon Diglett. Oh, I gotta see what shiny Diglett looks like now in Coliseum. Shiny Diglett. Coliseum. Oh, it's just green. What the hell did they do to Diglett? That Diglett needs to be admitted to a doctor immediately. That thing is extremely sick. No, for sure. Definitely it does. I wish that, yeah, that would be a better, that would be better than regular Diglett is. What do you guys think of pink shinies? Pink shinies are some of my favorite, personally. Shiny Heracross, shiny Sneasel. Love those things. I love pink shinies, man. I wish, in Legends ZA, I wish you could get the, trade shiny. The one I struggle with is Team Green. Yes. I agree with that personally. Scizor could have been so much better. Stantler's shiny is garbage. Let's see, what other green shinies can I think of? Scizor is not a bad shiny, but it could be better. That's what I mean by that, by the way. Scyther's shiny is garbage. I wish it was better. Elements's shiny is... Here's the green shiny that I think is, like, fantastic. I think this is the best... Okay, you know what? I take that back. Noivern is the best green shiny. Noivern is the best green shiny. I was gonna say Dragonite, but Noivern is. You don't like shiny Dragonite? That's crazy. Shiny Dragonite is literally just the inverse of shiny Charizard from Gen 2. I love shiny Dragonite. It doesn't go along with the line of shiny Dragonair or shiny Dratini. Sick boy fat lizard, that's crazy. Yeah, I know. I do love shiny Onyx. I think shiny Onyx should have been Crystal Onyx from the anime. Although I think that episode of the anime came out after. I don't know, honestly. Kabuto, yeah, Kabuto is an amazing shiny as well. That's, funnily enough, that's one of the hunts that I have planned for this game. Shiny Kabuto. Or Mewtwo, that one is fantastic. Mewtwo's another great one. Also another hunt that I have planned for this game. What do you guys think of shiny Snorlax? I personally... Wait, Snorlax has a shiny? That's disrespectful. Snorlax's shiny is electric blue, brother. Snorlax's shiny is so good in my opinion, man. Might be the only person on Earth that thinks that, but if that's the case, I am against the Earth. I've been at this for like 5 days now, like 2,000 resets. Yeah, I've been, this is my 4th stream of this. Could have gone more Gibble Blue. Actually, I think shiny Snorlax is different in Gen 2 as well. Now that I'm thinking about it. I actually need to look at that. Yeah, this is my 4th day. I'm only 1,200 encounters in, but this is my 4th stream for this. Gold and silver decks. Any Snorlax? Not really. Yeah. Shiny Snorlax, I would say it's different enough in Generation 2, but it's relatively similar to what it is now. You know what? Here's the question. Shiny Groudon. What do you think of shiny Groudon? Okay. All right. Now we're gonna have a problem. Shiny Groudon is peak shiny, okay? Shiny Groudon is so good. It's not the best shiny, but it is so good. Yeah, the primal shinies are fantastic. Primal Groudon and Kyogre. Dude, see, that's where me and you gotta disagree, man. Shiny Groudon is so good. Here, we might disagree on this one too. Shiny Palkia is garbage. Shiny Palkia is terrible. I'm glad you agree. You have the right opinion. Dialga's alright. In terms of shiny legendaries, I think Rayquaza is peak, and then right up underneath it is Giratina. Giratina has a fantastic shiny. Shiny Lake Trio's garbage. Better than its original, but it's terrible. See, I actually think the best of the Shiny Lake Trio for me is Shiny Azelf. And hear me out before judgment. All right, I'll hear you out. Floating Cheetos. That's funny. That's funny. That's true. What are your guys' favorite shinies? How about that? Yeah, the 4 genies are terrible. Charizard's your favorite shiny? Are you talking like current day Charizard or Gen 2 Charizard? Legendary or normal? Just shiny Pokemon in general. Thank you, dude. There are a lot of good shinies, but the OG purple Charizard is the best shiny, period, in my opinion. Like purple Charizard, Gibble, Sneasel, Crobat. Crobat is such a good shiny, bro. Shiny Buzzwole is my fave because he's my non-shiny fave, but besides that, maybe Shiny Raikou. A shiny Raikou is okay. Shiny Buzzwole is really good in my opinion. Litten shiny is also cool. I like white shinies. White shinies are alright. What do you guys think of shiny... what the hell is that thing's name? Guzzlord. Shiny Guzzlord. That's right. I love how shiny Naganadel is just Mega Beedrill with a model mistake. Shiny Naganadel is really good. Orange and white. Yeah, I love shiny Naganadel. Or no, shiny Naganadel is black and yellow, I think. Love shiny Guzzlord. Shiny Guzzlord's really good. Shiny Guzzlord is cool and all, but my opinion, I don't like the orange with it. What do you think? Shiny Chi-Yu? The goldfish from Gen 9, yeah. Shiny Chi-Yu is really good as well. The blue. I love that fiery blue. What colors do you think shiny Guzzlord would look better with that rather than orange if you don't like the orange with it? $1,200. Nope. Blue. Like white and blue or just plain blue? Blue, pink, and black shinies are my favorite. Light and blue. Yeah. I guess it would have to... I guess it would have to... I guess it would have to... It would depend on what shade of blue. Shiny Crobat's a fantastic shiny, man. It really is. Dark blue. White and dark blue for Guzzlord. Yeah, actually, you know what? Now that I put my mind to it, why the hell is Mewtwo green and not blue? Mew is blue. Ditto is blue. Why wouldn't Mewtwo be blue? Mewtwo's tail is just Ekans. I mean, it's a purple snake, and when shiny, it's a green snake. Fair enough. Oh, you know what? Back to the shiny Guzzlord for a second. Shiny Guzzlord would actually look really good with shiny Zangoose's color scheme. I actually really like shiny Zangoose now that I think about it. Honestly, Zangoose is not a Pokemon that I think of very often, but I really like its shiny. Also, apparently unpopular opinion, but original Armor Mewtwo was good. The Pokemon Go event Mewtwo just ripped apart a Is Armored Mewtwo in Pokemon Go even like the same design as Armored Mewtwo from the anime? I think the design is different. It is? I thought it was a different design in the anime. Speaking of Pokemon Go, I'm very upset. And I've been saying this since this Shadow Pokemon came out in Pokemon Go. They absolutely butchered Shadow Lugia. The only acceptable Shadow Lugia is XD001 from Pokemon XD. That is the only acceptable Shadow Lugia. They butchered it. Pisses me off. The fact that Shadow Lugia in Pokemon Go is not purple and orange makes me extremely mad. That's what I'm saying. Shadow Lugia in Pokemon Go is not a Shadow Lugia. They absolutely missed on that opportunity. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me, but you and me agree. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. This is exactly why I'm okay with these hunts going longer, though. Sitting here and chilling with you guys has been just... I planned on ending this stream after I got to 1,000 encounters. And now I'm at 1,214. That's exactly why I'm okay with these hunts being 1 in 8,192. Because I can just sit back, chill, and talk to people. Yeah, it takes a while, but don't worry, I'm shiny hunting with you at the moment. Yeah, I've had a few chatters in the past streams that have been shiny hunting different. I'd had one that was shiny hunting Squirtle, one that was shiny hunting Bulbasaur, a few that have been shiny hunting Charmander. I think one of them was on shiny Eevee. Give up? Absolutely fucking not. I will not be giving up. And here's the reason that you never give up. The reason that you never give up is because the shiny that you give up on, the encounter that you give up on, the next one is the shiny. Guaranteed. I'm hunting too. Shiny hunting Squirtle right now and playing Pokemon Go. Oh, I got you. You know, I've not been streaming for very long. Like I've only got a few streams, but this has been my this has been my best stream. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys. Just sitting here and talking with me. 3 days for a shiny is crazy. I'm on day 4 actually. Did my did my fucking name not, or did my stream name not change? Here we go. Stream name should have changed now. It should have said day 4. People ask me why I waste my time on shiny hunting, but it's only a waste of time if I quit. Exactly my point. Exactly. It's only a waste of time if you quit. Oh, whoops. So long I get my shiny, I get what I worked for. Exactly. Exactly. That's why you never give up. It's only a waste of time if you consider it a waste of time. I'm having fun. I'm having fun doing my hobby. Never gonna be a waste of time for me. Sunburnt? That fucking sucks. I don't get sunburnt, thankfully. I'm very lucky that I do not get sunburnt. Picking 4-leaf clovers. Meanwhile, I'm having noodles and coffee at 5 a.m. chilling with the chill shiny hunting community. Yeah, it's about to be about 12 o'clock for me. I'm lucky because I don't have to go to bed for a few more hours. So, because I don't work until 4 in the afternoon. So, I'm good to be up for a while longer if I want to be shiny hunting. I can pretty much go until I'm tired. So for the new people in, the new viewers and the new chatters that have come in to just chill for a minute, I have a question for you guys. What is your guys' favorite shinies of all time? The 3 men been shiny hunting EVs for 16 hours. Yep. I knew somebody was on shiny EV. I'll collect the cards. I collect a few cards every now and then. I stopped collecting cards. Oh yeah. Good luck on your shiny hunt. Oh, my apologies. I stopped collecting cards for a really long time, and I just recently got back into it when Black Bolt and White Flare came out, I think the sets are called. Yeah, no, this is my best stream that I've ever had. I've got like 6 people chilling in chat. I've got 12 viewers. I'm having fun, man. I'm having a lot of fun doing this. I want to make the most of this stream while you guys are in here talking to me, because the next time I'll be able to stream is next weekend on Saturday, unless I get called off of work for some reason during the week. So I'm just gonna go until I get tired. I appreciate it, man. Although if I go for too long, I might have to, You were my 10th follower, yeah. If I go too long, I might have to record my, my video for shiny hunting Arceus, in the middle of the stream. I gotta do that before I go to bed. I know. And I appreciate every single follower that I've gotten. I'm not a big streamer, but I mean, clearly I'm not a big streamer, but I'm very appreciative. Well, that is possibly the goal. Hey, congratulations, man. it has been a dream for me for a while to actually be a content creator. And now that I have the money and equipment to work on it, I have been working on it. Hey, how's it going, man? Just so you know, I am streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, so I will be jumping back and forth between both comments, or both chats rather. The regulation will get you far. Yeah, I have been uploading a series on YouTube Shorts where I just shiny hunt Arceus and I add one more encounter every single day. I'm currently on day 28, will be the one that I record tonight. And I have grown to double the size of my YouTube channel since I started. So regulation definitely helps. Got the same name on YouTube. I do not have the same name on YouTube, but I do plan on changing my name on Twitch to my YouTube name. As a matter of fact, I might do it after this stream. I've been watching your shiny Arceus. I appreciate that, man. I will be recording day 28 of that series tonight. And if the stream goes for too much longer, I might have to record it during the stream. What's my YouTube name? My YouTube name is... give me 1 second. I can't remember if it's... my YouTube name is Prosperity YT. I went by Gaming Haze for a long time on, like... How many soft resets have I done? I have done... actually, that is a question that I've been... that's a question that I've been meaning to ask a YouTube viewer. Can you see the count for how many resets that I've done? Because I'm at 1,239 this will be 1,239. That's actually how I found you, and I thought it was cool and I liked your vibe, so I popped into your stream. I appreciate it, man. Not to, like, be that guy or anything like that. I could when I was on YouTube. Not to be that guy or anything like that, but I do stream twice a week, possibly more, but Saturdays and Sundays are my days that I stream from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. typically. I got shiny Charmander about 3 days ago. You lucky ass. $3,450 soft resets. Yeah, I'm expecting to be somewhere around there. I'll try and pop in whenever I can. It would be much appreciated. 123rd follower for you. 123rd. Thank you. Wait, really? It's up to 123rd? It's up to 123? Last time I checked, it was at 118. Which is wild because just 3 days ago I posted my thank you video for 100 subscribers on YouTube. It was like 3 days ago that I posted that. And I've already gained 23 more subscribers. That's awesome. Thank you very much, man. 3,450 soft resets for shiny Charmander. Yeah. I'm definitely expecting, especially with how my shiny luck has gone in the past, I've been very lucky that most of my hunts, I will sub after I'm done shiny hunting my Eevee. Thank you. 3,450. Yeah, especially with how my hunts have gone in the past, being mostly wildly under odds, I'm very much expecting this hunt to go to like probably 8, 9, 10,000 encounters. My shiny hunts are always over odds. Mine are always under odds. You'll get lucky one of these days, man. You'll get lucky one of these days. Guarantee it. You'll get something wildly, I'm talking wildly under odds. You have a perfect example. I've also got perfect examples of my shiny luck. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, I have Regirock and BDSP 5K soft resets. How long have I been doing YouTube? On and off for about 2 years, but over the past, I'd say 5 or 6 months, I've been doing it more regularly with breaks in between. But I'm trying to get more serious with it, so I am attempting to be consistent. Especially now that my community is actually growing, I have a lot more motivation to actually do it. A lot of my problem with being inconsistent has been motivation issues. I've struggled with motivation my entire life. I'm hoping I'll be under odds for Squirtle. Shit, I'm hoping I'll be under odds for, this hunt, but I'm definitely expecting to go over odds. Regirock and BDSP, 5K soft resets. Darkrai, 7.6K, then I chose to go for the pink Kyogre and got it first attempt in Shield. I think the best representation for my shiny luck would be Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I'm doing a shiny badge quest. It took me 875 encounters. Do you know if you can shiny hunt Dialga and Diamond? In Brilliant Diamond or the original Diamond? Should I try and get it? Try and get what? In Brilliant Diamond, yes. Dialga and Palkia can be shiny hunted in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. You might start thinking for a mod if these numbers keep increasing. I don't know about that one, man. I'm still kind of small. Shiny starter for Fire Red? Yeah, absolutely, man. Join the rest of us. Dude, if you get towards 20 followers, having at least one mod might not be a bad idea. Yeah, but I don't know people. I don't know enough people that somebody would be able to mod my stream. Then you'd have to wait and see for someone you feel might be trustworthy a mod for you. I've got friends, but they are all busy. But back onto my shiny luck for just a second in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. My shiny luck is I got shiny Mudkip in, and keep in mind, without the shiny charm, the base odds in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are 1 in 4,092. I got a shiny Mudkip in 875 encounters, I believe. And then I shiny hunted Ralts and got 3 shiny Ralts in under 1,000 encounters, 2 of which teleported away from me. I actually got 2 shiny Ralts in under 100 encounters. So yeah, I'm very much expecting this hunt for Charmander to go for a long time. I'm very much enjoying this stream right now. It is, I honestly, I could go probably 2, 3 in the morning just talking to you guys and hunting. I really could. You guys are making this very enjoyable. Shoot, I might double the encounters that I started this stream with tonight. I am, yes. I am in the United States, yeah. I'm starting new shiny only save. How do you get Arceus and Brilliant Diamond? To get Arceus and Brilliant Diamond, you have to have a fully completed save file of Pokemon Legends Arceus, and then you will get the item called the Azure Flute. It will be in your room in Brilliant Diamond. I personally prefer smaller streamers so I can interact rather than watch. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Because World War III in a chat and just say hi, how are you? Yeah, no problem, man. If you have not already played Brilliant Diamond, or not Brilliant Diamond, if you have not already played Legends Arceus, I do recommend doing that. Legends Arceus is a fantastic game. I like smaller streamers. Yeah, I actually struggle. I struggle with ADHD, so I struggle with having the attention span to watch streamers, which in turn makes me almost feel not, what's the word? I just need one more Pokemon, like you said earlier, I lack motivation. What Pokemon do you need? But yeah, since I have ADHD, I struggle with the attention span to watch streamers. And because of that, I feel almost not worthy of becoming a content creator myself. Don't even know, it doesn't tell me. Is it like question marks? Like, what's the number? Do you know? One more, wait. Okay. TRX, do, have you already caught Arceus in Legends Arceus? I feel like you could make it as a streamer. I really appreciate that. Like, I really do appreciate that. And I'm definitely trying, but you have not caught Arceus? Okay. Well, I only ask because if you have save files for if you have save files for Sword and Shield and I believe Let's Go Pikachu and no, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you can get Shaman and Darkrai in Legends Arceus, which are not needed to complete the Legends Arceus decks to get the chance to catch Mewtwo. You might be realizing you might get there. I'm hoping, I really am hoping that, because I'm hoping that I get there eventually, man. I really am, because I enjoy doing this. Wait, you can get Mewtwo? Can you get Mewtwo in this game? Yes. In Fire Red, you can indeed get Mewtwo. I know it's not going to happen out of nowhere. I know that. I've put in... oh, I thought you meant Arceus. Yeah, in Fire Red, you can get Mewtwo, yeah. I've put in a lot of time, and I need to put in more time and effort into actually making content. So in Fire Red, you can't get in Fire Red, you have to register a certain amount of Pokemon in your decks in order to get the National Dex or the Rainbow Pass or whatever it is that you need. And then beyond that point, you'll be able to go back to Cerulean City and go into Cerulean Cave, and Mewtwo is at the very bottom of Cerulean Cave. But yeah, I've put in the time and effort and all that. And I plan on putting in even more as my community grows. And not only just for the community in of itself, but for me, I very much enjoy making content, and I very much enjoy the feeling of getting views and getting all that other type of, you know, interaction and all that. I currently have 52 followers, and I love them all, even those that won't come back because they were the foundation. They're still in support in a way, and I see the value, and I know you do too. So what makes you any different? I'm not big, far from it, but doing this is great. Doing this is absolutely fantastic, and it's a great feeling sitting here being able to talk to people on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, and having 9 viewers on Twitch, 3 viewers on YouTube. This makes me feel great. This makes me feel like I'm doing something right. That people want to come in and talk to me while I'm doing something so mundane as soft resetting for a Pokemon of a different color. What's the best Charmander build for my main save? That is a interesting question, especially because in Fire Red, there is not Fire Red and just Gen 3 in past, there's not the physical special split is not in the original Generation 3. So the physical and special typings I'm trying to think of how to word this. To soft reset, you just press X, B, X, A, B, and Y. Just press all the 4 buttons down at one time, and that's how you soft reset. Personally, I'm doing Charizard, Alakazam, Dragonite, Gyarados, Machamp, Scizor. That's a pretty good, team for this game. However, you won't be able to get Scizor until post-game. It is because we aren't here for the hunt only, we are here for it all. Exactly. I'm not here just for the hunt, I'm here for the entire experience. Yes, this is Generation 3. It is a little weird because It is a little weird to say this is Gen 3, but it is Gen 3 because of the era of Pokemon that it came out in. This is a Generation 1 game in the Generation 3 art style. Just like Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are Generation 3 Pokemon games in the Generation 6 art style. So you would consider, even though the Pokédex and the main story of the game is Generation 3 for Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, you would consider it a Generation 6 Pokemon game. Man, I'll tell you what, it would be fantastic if, because of this stream being, you know, my best performing stream, it would be fantastic if this would be the stream that I would get the shiny Charmander in. That would be awesome. I appreciate it, man. There we go. Finally, reset. Oh my god. That's crazy, man. Day 26 of hunting Arceus, like that short, has just my first ever video to surpass more than 3,200 views. It's at 8,000 views. Oh, today's a good day, man. Today's a really good day. I know I'm gonna go to work later and I'm just gonna be pissed off the entire time. Really? You found my channel off of which short specifically, do you know? Day 26, really? Yeah, it's my best statistically performing stream. Yeah, this is great, man. I honestly, Are you like finding out before you? So the way you check before fighting your rival is you open the settings. Not open the settings. Open your menu, go into your Pokemon, and check the summary for your Pokemon. Sorry. I'm doing Charizard, Victory Bell, Starmie, Jinx, Pinsir, Nidoking. That is an interesting team. I will say that. Where do you get Nidoking? Nidoking, you can find Nidoran male, which will evolve into Nidoking. Due to the physical special thing, Starmie is OP. Yeah, that would make sense. He's on my Let's Go team. My Let's Go team is specifically filled with shinies. Better than Gyarados in this generation. Yeah, because Gyarados is a physical attacker. Most of the good water types in this generation are physical attackers, and since water is special, they kind of all suck. Moonstone and use that on its end. Yes. So to get Nidoking in this generation, you need to go to whatever route Nidoran male is on. And catch a Nidoran male, evolve it into Nidorino, and then use a Moonstone on it to get Nidoking. Route left of the first city. Well, not the first city, but yes, Viridian City. The route next to Viridian City, yes. I have Moonstone, but I need a little Nidoking. Yes, so I forget what route it is, but it is the route to the west. You know what? Fair enough. The route to the west of Viridian City. Spawns right next to the entrance of the Elite Four. Yes. Yes, it does. For encounter 1300, I am going to do a different Pokemon. For encounter 1300, I will do one encounter for Squirtle. Let's see. The entrance to the Elite Four in this game is from the starting town, go up one city and to the left. That would be where the entrance to the Elite Four is. Or, well, the entrance to Victory Road, technically, but still. You know what this hunt is making me want to do? This hunt is making me want to hunt the Generation 2 starters in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I want to do that now. I love shiny Totodile, but knowing my luck, I would get a shiny Chikorita when I already have one. I only got Fire Red and Scarlet. Is Pokemon Scarlet your first Pokemon game? Oh. So you started with Pokemon Scarlet. So, Pokemon Fire Red is... I'm just gonna be honest, it's gonna be a lot more of a challenge than Pokemon Scarlet is. I mean, that's coming from somebody who has played Pokemon for over 17 years, but it's gonna be more of a challenge. Yeah, the newer games are quite a bit more straightforward, kind of. It's easier to traverse them than it is the older games. Hey, you know what? Here's a question for you guys. What do you guys think of the Generation 10 starters for Winds and Waves? What do you guys think of their designs? Got Fuecoco. Fuecoco's definitely my favorite Generation 9 starter. I personally, I think the Gakua, I think that one is the best. I think I think the Gakua, yeah. Gakua is my favorite. Can I get Fuecoco as shiny starter? The starters in Scarlet and Violet are shiny locked, but you can use the Masuda method to hatch them using eggs. So to do the Masuda method, you would need to go on the, if you have Pokemon Home, the global trading system, or if you look it up online, there will be a code that you can use on the online trading in Pokemon Scarlet, where you would need to get a foreign ditto, so a ditto from a different language, Japanese, Chinese, Italian, whatever works, and breeding a foreign Pokemon with another foreign Pokemon from a different language, or a Pokemon from your language and a foreign ditto, brings the shiny odds down to, I think, 1 in 512. I'm sorry I'm not great at explaining things. Are you expecting a different outcome? Yes, I am. Call me insane all you want. I am expecting a different outcome. I'm gonna do one encounter for Shiny Squirtle. I've done almost 500 encounters in this stream. That is a lot more than I'm usually doing. Yeah, and I don't really plan on stopping anytime soon either. I've got a good another hour or two in me for this. Switch it up, bro. I can do another encounter. Which encounter would you like to see really quickly? Let me see your main save. I just started this. I do not have a main. I can show you my Pokemon Leaf Green. Maybe. Yeah, this is my main save for this game. Give me 1 second. And then I might need to mess around with my capture card really quickly to show you, because I'd have to load up my GameCube. So, let me get 1 second here. I have a lit candle on my desk and getting up almost knocked it over. I've spilled lit candles before. That shit's not fun to clean up. I cannot, I just realized I do not, my HDMI converter for my GameCube is broken, so I can't actually show you my Leaf Green team, but I can tell you the Pokemon that I use on my team. if you would like me to do that instead. By the way, welcome into anyone new on Twitch. Glitterge, Mimikyu, King Gambit, Haryana, Rhydon, Gabite. Not a bad team. Not a bad team. I don't really know the Pokemon. My leaf green team is Snorlax, Blastoise, Hitmonchan, Zapdos, Exeggutor, and Dugtrio. That was my leaf green team from the most recent time that I played it. That's true. Gabite is a really good Pokemon when you evolve it. Thank you very much. I have Lycanroc, but I think that it might be the rare one. Oh, that I think might be the rare one. I think what is some of your shield team, if you remember? Oh, you like Eevee, huh? You want, you talking to me? DRX? Oh, what was my original Legends Arceus team? I think it was Seismitoad, Rillaboom, Grimmsnarl, and some others. That's actually not a bad team, dude. Grimmsnarl is a fantastic Pokemon. Seismitoad is a really good Pokemon from Generation 5, and Rillaboom is one of my favorite starters. My Legends Arceus team... No, honestly, I don't really remember my Legends Arceus team, but I do know I was gonna be here for months. Yeah, probably, but that's all right. I do know that my original Legends Arceus team had Hisuian Typhlosion was my starter. Yeah, I'll probably be here for a while, but that's all right with me. As long as I've got people to talk to, it's not going to get boring. I think that encounter went up. Oh, dude, I love these old games' musics. Mine was Hisuian, Typhlosion, Garchomp, Shining Umbreon, Scizor, Dialga, and Giratina. 3 dragon types. Interesting. I try to make my teams as diverse as possible. Sometimes it fails. Because I think of a team, and then when I actually put it into Shiny Luxray and Togekiss, that's not a bad team, man. What did you think of the triple boss fight? It was the boss fight with Volo, and then you had to fight both forms of Giratina directly after without healing. Yeah, I spent like an hour and a half on that boss fight. I liked that boss fight because with the combat style of the game, it was actually a difficult fight, and it was one of the first difficult fights that it was one of the first fights in a very long time in Pokemon that I thought was actually difficult. It was more difficult to me than a lot of people say Cynthia is, because Cynthia is not that difficult of an Elite Four champion. Didn't anybody else think that Cynthia was a hard champion? Because I think Cynthia is one of the easier champions. I want to play Emerald, but I don't know where to get it. Do you have a 3DS by chance? No, I have a DS. Well, what you can do to play Emerald is you can spend $200 on an authentic cartridge of the game. You can buy a reproduction cartridge, which most likely won't work the entire game. Or you can get a emulator on a computer or on your phone, and you can play a ROM of Pokemon Emerald. You guys ever played any, you guys ever played any ROM hacks of any Pokemon games? Like Radical Red or Kaizo Ironmon, or... Should I emulate it? I wanted to try it. I know how I did it at my school. You definitely could emulate it if you wanted to. Be very careful with which links you download or which links you click on in general if you're gonna go the emulation route. No, not really. It's Nintendo. No matter what way you look at it, Nintendo. It's not wrong to pirate from Nintendo in my eyes. I don't know. I'm using those play games in school, but they are low quality. Eh. I can play a lot of emulated games. In your opinion, who is the hardest Pokemon boss? Ooh. Good question. Let me think here. Greevil from Pokemon XD. Greevil is the hardest boss in my opinion. What's your hardest boss in Pokemon? Shiny hunting is like a boss? I mean, it takes as long as one, yeah. Rating with a party of 3. I've never been rated on Twitch before. Welcome in. And I'm glad you are my first raid. How you doing? And lurking watching your shiny grind while I did the same. Really? Stressed this Charmander hunt is testing me. Yeah, you and me both, brother. They should bring multiplayer back in this game. A lot of people were complaining about Fire Red and Leaf Green not having online play. But for me personally, just because of the nostalgia of, you know, playing Leaf Green back when I was 4 years old, I'm okay with not having online multiplayer and needing to be in person to trade Pokemon and stuff. But a lot of people have a different opinion than that. Tired finding my cartridge for Shield, but couldn't find it, which makes me kind of sad. My Pokemon games might be the only games that I know where they are every time. Why did you not get Leaf Green on your Switch? Because I wasn't going to pay, but I'm off to the gym. Just wanted to show love to a fellow Shiny Hunter. I just went to the gym before I started this, so good luck, man. Why did you not get Leaf Green on your Switch? I did not get Leaf Green on my Switch because I played Leaf Green as the first ever video game that I ever played, as well as I've never actually played Fire Red. I've always played Leaf Green when I played these games. I'm on my Switch. Tried finding my cartridge for Shield, but couldn't find it, which makes me kind of sad. Yeah. My Pokemon games might be the only games that I know where they are at all times. I have all of my Pokemon games are physical cartridges of the games, so I know where they are at all times. If I lose something, I will be extremely upset. My stepdad got a Switch too, and what's going on in my YouTube chat? Did I miss something? Whoops. No, you can't get shinies. What do you mean? Oh, you said you can't game share. You can game share on the Switch for sure. I've been thinking about buying Pokopia, Pokemon Pokopia, because if I don't like it, then one of my friends can play it, and if they can use my cartridge. I was talking about the shinies in Pokopia. Oh. When was I talking about... Wait, who was talking about shinies in Pokemon Pokopia? I have a Switch 2 as well. It looks really good here, and I recommend getting it. I bought my Switch 2 on day one of its release. You know what sucks the most is that now I lost the cartridge. I also lost my Switch Lite. Oh, it was in your Switch Lite? Rest in peace, dude. The Switch Lite is a big enough console that you should be able to find it relatively easily if you look for it. It was $400 or $500. Yeah, the Switch 2 was $450 or $500, depending on which version of the Switch 2 you bought. If you bought the one with the Mario Kart game. Like 700 saved up for my trip with the money. I think it's worth it. Yeah, it's definitely worth it if you buy the to buy the Switch 2, in my opinion. I will be looking for it whenever I have free time. I lost. I had to buy a new copy. I had to buy a new Game Boy player disc for my GameCube. Crossbird, who do you think is the hardest boss? In Pokemon? Damn, I'm losing track. I think Greevil from Pokemon XD is the hardest boss in Pokemon. Can you rename your Pokemon in Fire Red? Yes, but not like you can in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I believe. To rename your Pokemon in Fire Red, you have to use the Name Raider, I think it's called. I'm just gonna put this controller down. This controller is pissing me off. Opening that damn menu all the time. The Name Raider? Is that what you're asking? The Name Raider is something in the older games, a NPC in the older games that rates your Pokemon's nicknames and lets you change them. There are a few things in these older games that are now obsolete in the newer games. The Name Raider being one of them. Here's a question for anybody that is listening. Do you guys miss HMs? Like, at all? What's an HM? Oh boy. So back in the day, moves like Surf, Fly, Strength, Rock Smash. Pokemon didn't just... Most Pokemon, I should say, because there are a few exceptions. Most Pokemon did not learn those types of moves. Moves that are required to finish the game. A HM is... Basically, it's that. It's a move that is required to finish the game. In most cases. There are a few downsides to HMs. One of the biggest downsides to HMs is once a Pokemon knows an HM, it can therefore never forget the HM under normal circumstances. It has to be deleted at the move deleter. Which is another NPC that I believe is obsolete now. I love the music in these older games, man. I love the older games' musics. Do you have any games that you like that are not Pokemon related? I have plenty of games that I like that are not Pokemon related. One of the other games that I stream solely on Twitch is a game called Fields of Mystria. It's a farming game. I really like that one. Pokemon is... You don't play with sound? I didn't when I was younger, but I do now that I'm older. Let's see. Pokemon may be my favorite franchise of all time, but my second favorite is The Legend of Zelda. And also, my third favorite is anything Dark Souls. So Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, anything like that. Let's see. God of War. I really like God of War. But yes, I have plenty of games that I enjoy. What kind of games? What kind of games do you enjoy that are not Pokemon related? That's what I'm saying, man. Peak gaming. Played Breath of the Wild. I have indeed. There are, let's see. Legend of Zelda games that I haven't played. It would be a shorter list than the ones that I have played. I've not played Red Dead Redemption games, Titanfall, Hollow Knight. Fucking love Hollow Knight. Me as well, yeah. Are you asking me how I liked Breath of the Wild? Is that what you're saying, TRX? Breath of the Wild was a fantastic game. I think it's one of the better Legend of Zelda games. But that being said, none of the Legend of Zelda games are very bad. I'm a big fan of Ark Survival. You know, it's very funny because the large majority of my friend group I met due to Ark Survival Evolved. Yeah, I've never heard of a game called Path of Titans. Silk Song on my PS5 and then it's my Switch. Silk Song, I will say this right now, and you may disagree with me. Silk Song was robbed of Game of the Year last year. High graphic, realistic dino game. I'll have to check that out. I've never heard of it. Back onto the Legend of Zelda games, though. I never played Zelda 2. I haven't played Oracle of Ages. I haven't played Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks. I haven't played the Minish Cap. I haven't played Twilight Princess. And I think that's about it for the Legend of Zelda games that I have not played. Music from Breath of the Wild is so good. Yeah, it's definitely... Breath of the Wild music, in my opinion, is... the Breath of the Wild music is probably some of Nintendo's best work, or whoever they got to do the music for that game, at least. I have heard and played Marvel Rivals. I'm not a huge fan of PvP games, especially not hero shooters. I'm not very good at them, and they make me very angry. Yeah, Breath of the Wild has so many good, Breath of the Wild has so many good, just the soundtrack in general, let's just say that. But it's got so many good, like, scenic views. I'm starting to get tired. I'm not used to... I went to the gym before I started streaming, which is why I ended up starting so late. And I'm not used to going to the gym. I only recently started going just the past 2 days, so I'm very tired from the past 2 days. That's what I'm saying, man. Same, I'm also kind of tired. I have school tomorrow. I'm so thankful I'm not in school anymore, man. Everyone told me when I was growing up, everyone told me I would hate being an adult and I would miss going to school. Yeah, fuck that. That's such a lie. Such a lie. Ooh. Well, my apologies for cussing. I did not know I had someone very young in my chat. I apologize. Thinking of starting to go into the gym, but I'm on the edge of it. Dude, honestly, you should go. You should start going to the gym. If you're thinking about it, just do it. Even if you go 20-30 minutes, do a couple of quick workouts. It'll help a lot. No, I think he's saying it's okay that I cuss because he cusses as well, but... I'm still going to refrain. Cussing is very unnecessary. It's just because it's been a part of my vocabulary for so long, it's a hard habit to quit. I'll say this though. I'll say this though. Going to the gym, it is a time commitment. It is a time commitment, but it is well worth it, especially if it can improve stamina, it can improve just like health in general. So it's well worth it going to the gym. Did I think my audio is like a second off, and now it's starting to piss me off. Are you talking to me? Or are you talking to the other guy in chat? Let me give you just a little bit of advice. And this is no offense to anybody, by the way, but I would not recommend giving your name out to strangers online. There's no offense to anybody. It's just privacy reasons. I might end at 1400. My throat is getting very sore from talking. So if anybody that was previously shiny hunting with me, have any of you guys found your shinies yet? What other Pokemon YouTubers that I watch? Part of the reason why I decided that I wanted to do Pokemon as my niche for my channel is because of the Pokemon YouTubers that I watched. I watched Game Boy Luke, I watched let's see, United Gamer, Shady Penguin. Back in the day before the things came out about him, I watched The King Nappy. Original 151 or Nintendo. I'm not, hopefully better luck for tomorrow. Yeah. The next time I will be doing this is the next time I stream. So it'll be sometime randomly throughout the week, or Saturday or Sunday. Saturday and Sunday, rather. Still trying to get shiny Charmander. Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and do 10 more encounters for tonight, and then I will be back to do this, like I said, sometime throughout the week, or on Saturday and Sunday, next weekend. I ended off on like 170 resets or something from 2 days. Trying to get shiny Squirtle right now. Hell yeah. Hopefully I can get this shiny Charmander within the next 9 encounters. It'd be a great way to end off the stream, it really would. I appreciate you, TRX. I appreciate everybody else that has been with me tonight. And just period. Going back to my Arceus shorts, I've had two people what's the word I'm looking for? Predict, that's the word. I've had two people predict that I will get the shiny Arceus on day 28, and that's the day that I'm recording tonight after this stream. Fingers crossed for that. Hey, I mean, I'm hoping I'm getting it. You should do day 28 live. I could do it. Would you guys want to see me do day 28 live? Anybody in Twitch chat have an opinion for that? You guys want to see me do day 28 live for my Arceus hunt? All right. I'll go ahead and do day 28 live. Let's see, I'm at 378 encounters. So 28 more would be 406, I think. 406. So I will end off at 406 encounters for that. All right, last encounter for Charmander before I start recording my day 28 for Arceus. All right, no Charmander. Let me get stuff switched over really quickly. Oh, whoops. 28. Fuck. Save, load this one again. Okay. I believe we should all be good. Time for Arceus. What game is Arceus? I saw this other streamer. All right. Let me make sure that everything is working on both streams before I start. All right, everything seems to be working fine. Okay. I'm going to start recording now. Day 28 of hunting Arceus until we get a shiny. Live. Not encounter number 1. These higher numbers are where I get tripped up. I'm really good at math, but let's see, 378 plus 28 is, yeah, 406. Okay, cool. Pokemon Home is kind of like a storage system that you can use to connect all of your different Pokemon. Nope. Nope. I gotta actually track it. You know, I've had a few comments on these videos that are like, I bet you hear this encounter music in your sleep, don't you? Some games have limits though. Yeah, like Pokemon Legends ZA, which will be getting home support here in a little bit. You'll only be able to transfer Pokemon in and out of that game. You won't be able to transfer Pokemon from Legend ZA to Legend or to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, let's say. So come look at YouTube chat. Said it a million times. What are we talking about here? I'm sorry, TRX. What are we looking at here? What are we talking about? Eh. Nope, no luck yet. But I've still got like 23 encounters, so. Have you played any of the Let's Go games? Yes, I have. I can like feel the suspense every time. Yeah. Sometimes I can too. Sometimes I'll be like, this feels like a good encounter. Because this one feels like it. Nope. Like good? They're different. They're a lot different. I personally, I like the Let's Go games. Yes, they're very easy. The Let's Go games are very easy. Really? It was your first Pokemon game? Pokemon Let's Go Easy, or Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, rather, were the first games where it was like ridiculously easy to find shiny Pokemon in. Hello. I'm way too tired. I gotta go. I'll be back next stream. Sorry for leaving kind of early. That's fine. Hope you have a good night, man. Get some good sleep. This shit low-key slept on. True. Hope you get it soon. So do I. I've only got 16 more encounters before I'm done with day 28 here. Yo, how's it going? What was your channel name on YT? It was Prosperity YT. I will be changing my Twitch channel to that as well. How long have you been running this hunt? 28 days now. 28 days. This is a hunt that I am doing on YouTube Shorts. I was running Charmander earlier, but my chat on both YouTube and Twitch wanted to see me record day 28 of this hunt, so. Did I get Metro Redux? What is Metro Redux? I actually don't know what that is. Make sure that's still recording, which it is. Good. What day do you think you're gonna get it? Well, I've had 2 people predict that I'm gonna get it today, so. Hopefully today. Which Doom? Thought I saw the shiny for a sec. Actually, Dose Silly, I recognize your name from somewhere. I think you commented on one of my shorts before, have you not? You're going to 400 right now? Yeah, I'm going to 406 encounters right now. Yeah, sure, why not? Doom 1 and 2. After Arceus, what am I gonna hunt? I'm actually going to end the stream after Arceus. I've been streaming for 5 hours almost. I will be back to streaming after today. I will be back to streaming sometime throughout the week if I get the chance, or on the weekends I stream. What did you just realize? Like next streamer, next hunt? Sorry? How long stream? Yeah, almost 5 hours, yeah. I normally stream for 2 hours at most. Eight months? Christ have mercy. Which Pokemon do you know? Ultras. Hmm. What is your next hunt after Arceus? Oh, I have not really considered it yet. I don't know if I want to do the same format or if I want to do 10 encounters every day until I get the shiny. But I'm thinking either Wishmaker Jirachi or Rayquaza in Sapphire or something like that in Sapphire. Don't worry, brother. I'm here now, so you'll get it. I hope you're right. What about Giratina? I don't know. This one right here. All right, bet. This is the encounter right here. Encounter 399. Encounter 399 is the one. Damn. Not quite. Not quite. Giratina. I don't know if I have a game that I can hunt Giratina in at the moment. Maybe 400 on the dot. These encounter are half odds for normal, like, these encounter are 1 in 4,092. So I'm only like 1/10 of the way there. What other hunt would you guys like to see? How about that? On YouTube Shorts. What other hunt would you guys like to see after Arceus is done? I will give you a list. I'll do Rayquaza and Sapphire, Kyogre and Sapphire, Darkrai in Shining Pearl, Shaman in Shining Pearl, or I don't know. Or, you know what? Here's the other option. Wishmaker Jirachi. That one would take forever to do, actually. I have 4 more encounters. Do a bit about 1v1 people on any Pokemon game until you lose. I would lose very quickly. My favorite shiny legendary slash mythical. Giratina is my favorite shiny legendary. Maybe I go viral for it. That's a problem though. I don't exactly have a save file that I can hunt shiny Giratina in. I could set up a brilliant diamond hunt for Giratina though. These games are relatively easy to breeze through. Maybe doing an all shiny run and getting a shiny Giratina. I'll think about it. Alright, this is the last encounter for the day. You can do shiny Necrozma. If I could do... I hate all the AI slop on the e-store. Yeah, I get that. Shiny Necrozma. I wish I could do shiny Necrozma, but I can't record my 3DS, so... I gotta figure out a way for me to record my 3DS before I can do any hunts on the 3DS. I'd love to do I'd love to do that, but... Alright, this is the last encounter for the day. Not day 28. I will see you guys for day 29. All right. Well, with that being said, that was the end of day 28. I'm going to go ahead and end stream. Thank you guys, every single one of you, for making this the best stream that I've ever had. I appreciate you guys more than you could ever know. I hope you guys have a fantastic night, and I hope I will see you guys in my next stream on Saturday. Thank you guys very much.